my gavel. Welcome to the General Affairs Committee. My name is John Lowe, and I represent the 37th District. I'm the chair of the committee and will be conducting today's hearings, kind of. Today, we will be hearing 5 bills. If you wish to testify in person on any of these matters before us, we ask you fill out one of the green sheets of paper. They're located on the tables on either side of the room. If you're here and you do not wish to testify but wish to state your support or opposition for any of the matters before us, we ask you to fill out the sign-in sheet. If you testify, please hand in your sheet to the committee clerk, Ben over here, as you come up. Please begin your testimony by stating and spelling your full name for the record, which is very important for our transcribers. The bills introduced will be given an opportunity to open. Then we will hear the proponents, opponents, and neutral testimony for each bill. We ask that you listen very carefully and try not to be very repetitive. We do use the light system in the General Affairs Committee. Each testifier is afforded 3 minutes to testify. The green light signifies your start. When the light changes to yellow, you have 1 minute remaining to conclude your remarks. When the red light comes on, your testimony has expired, and we will open up the committee to any questions that they may have for you. At this time, I'd like to encourage everyone to turn off or silence any cell phones or electronic devices, anything that makes noise, including a no button. We are equipped for electronics, so you may see the members referencing their iPads, iPhones, or other electronic devices. I can assure you they're just researching the matters before us. If you have a prepared statement, an exhibit, or anything you would like to have distributed to the committee members, we ask that you provide 12 copies to our committee clerk. If you don't have 12 copies, don't worry. Provide what you have to the committee clerk, and we will make copies to distribute to the committee. With that, we will proceed to the introduction of the committee members. To my right,
John Kavanaugh from District 9, Midtown Omaha.
Jana Hughes, District 24, Seward, York, Polk, and a little bit of Butler County.
Brian Harden, District 48, Banner, Kimball, Scottsbluff counties.
Rick Holcroft, District 36, West and South Sarpy County.
and to my right is our committee counsel, Lori Holman, and our committee clerk is Ben Ehrenhart. And our pages today are Matea and John. They are political science majors. With that, we will proceed to LB 596. And some of our members may not be here at this time because they're introducing bills in other committees. Senator Harden, welcome to your committee.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe, and good afternoon or morning, fellow senators of the General Affairs Committee. I'm Senator Brian Harden. For the record, that is BRIAN HARDIN, and I represent the Banner, Kimball, and Scottsbluff counties of the 48th District of Western Nebraska. I'm here to introduce LB 596. This bill will clarify Nebraska law to ensure that, at least as far as the state of Nebraska is concerned, liquor manufacturers and wholesalers can engage in sponsorship of various organizations. There are many situations in which a nonprofit, such as a church, charitable or civic organization holding an SDL, seeks sponsorships to defray the costs of hosting an event. In the case of liquor wholesalers and manufacturers, such sponsorships are currently not allowed by current state and federal statute. While we cannot do anything here about the status of federal law, we can join other states like South Dakota and Minnesota in ensuring that Nebraska law permits the practice on the state level for that time when federal law is brought up to snuff. There are those that will be testifying behind me that can speak to the situation in greater detail and the need for this bill, as well as where it fits in the grand scheme of things for both nonprofits and wholesalers. I appreciate the committee's time and would encourage the advancement of LB 596.
Thank you, Senator Hardin. Are there any questions? Seeing none, will you be here for closing?
Yes.
All right. First of all, proponents for 596.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Chairman Lowe, members of the committee. My name is Brent Smoyer, Brent Smoyer, here appearing on behalf of the Nebraska Travel Association. We are the instigators behind this bill, and we do thank Senator Hardin for being willing to introduce it on our behalf. Just a quick background on what is occurring with this bill and what is being sought. It turns out some of the more active attorneys in our nonprofit organizations were perusing the statutes and realized that over the years, this situation had been occurring. These sponsorships had been happening for various nonprofits. And according to the black letter of the law, they weren't exactly legal in terms of their statement. I have been informed by Liquor Control that enforcement of this provision has not necessarily gone into place for the last 15, 20 years because they understand the overall function of what's occurring between the sponsorship of the wholesaler and the nonprofit. So what we're trying to do here is essentially make sure that what has been tacitly approved is legally and technically approved by the legislature. The best example or allegory I can give is Monopoly. When you're playing at somebody's house, you've got the house rules and you've got the official rules. In this case, this bill is meant to fix the house rules, Nebraska's look at this sort of sponsorship, while we wait for the federal government to fix the official rules. We do understand that this will not fix everything. The federal government can and would come in if they felt something was going on that was inappropriate. I know it's been mentioned recently that Iowa has had a couple of cases like this. We understand that. And of course, I think the Travel Association is working on a national level now or trying to get involved on a national level to remedy this situation with the federal government. Now, whether that happens in the next 6 months, 6 years, we don't know. But the fact is this bill is intended to make sure the Nebraska law sees fit to allow this practice for these nonprofits to be able to function and hold their events with the help of wholesalers and manufacturers if and when the federal government does get around to making that fix. I want to make sure that everything is kosher on all sides, on all fronts, and avoid any sort of ignorance of the law or any sort of, again, playing by house rules rather than official rules. With that, I'm happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Smoyer. Are there any questions? Could you give us an example of what may happen between the distributor and the nonprofit? They would solicit sponsorship for an event, say?
Yes, and very simply, I mean, they would seek to defray costs of, say, I try not to name any names so as to avoid, just so as to not point fingers or any of that thing.
A church may have a cornhole game or something
Yes,
like that.
thank you. Yes, a cornhole tournament at a church, and let's say the local Budweiser distributorship seeks to provide sponsorship. Have their names on the cornhole boards or have a banner, and of course provide some beverages. Again, right now under the current SDL function, and of course I know Director Roop is going to be following behind me here. Under that current setup, it's technically not allowed under state law, which I do find interesting that when I was bringing up this bill and discussing it with various individuals, including the legal counsel here, often people kind of looked at me quizzically and said, well, wait, that's not legal, but everybody does that already. And that's kind of the point, is it's been going on for so long, and we've had a very understanding and very well-researched Liquor Control Commission that said, okay, you're not doing anything that's a pay-for-play or of sorts, and so we'll let it go. It just hadn't been realized, this hasn't been fixed, and so we're just trying to make sure that piece gets into law.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Hughes.
So in that case that you're talking about, let's say we change this, then it's now legal in Nebraska, but it's still illegal federally?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes, that's the unfortunate portion. But of course, there's a number of things that are both legal federally and illegal in Nebraska or vice versa. This would, of course, again, make sure that when the feds finally get their ducks in a row, so to speak, on that front, if and when, then Nebraska law wouldn't be a hurdle then for these situations.
Okay.
Kind of a belt and suspenders situation.
Thank you. Senator Holdcroft.
What federal department is responsible for enforcement of that law?
I knew that was going to get asked, and I apologize. I don't. It's of course the experts behind me with the wholesalers could tell you it's under the TTB, and it's mostly a tax situation in terms of the sponsorship. Again, I apologize for not having that. I can certainly get you more information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Holdcroft. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, proponent. Other proponents? Seeing none, opponent. Is there an opponent to LB 596? Welcome back to the General Affairs Committee.
Good morning, Senator Lowe, members of the committee. I'm Chris Wagner. I'm the Executive Director of Project Extra Mile, and we're a network of community partnerships across Nebraska working to prevent and reduce alcohol-related harms. I do not have a prepared statement on this bill that I've provided, but I did want to give you a technical report that's been issued by the World Health Organization, which points out that in order to prevent alcohol-related harms, especially among young people, local and state governments ought to enact comprehensive bans or regulations with regard to sponsorship specifically. And obviously this is not, we're not really considering a comprehensive regulation with restrictions. And actually I would point to the language of the bill that allows political subdivisions and operators of property owned by political subdivisions to enter into these sponsorship agreements. And we're really concerned that this is going to increase young eyes being able to see alcohol advertising throughout their day. I'm concerned about, City Hall, if there's an event going on that they're hanging up banners on City Hall, this might, enter into our public transportation systems as well. And so because it contradicts what we know and the recommendations that are out in the established literature, we ask that you oppose this bill.
Thank you very much. And for the record, could you please spell your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, CHRISWAGNER.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Wagner? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any other opponents? Seeing none, those in the neutral. Welcome, Greg.
Good morning, Chairman Lowe and members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Hobert Rupe, Hobert. Most people call me Hobie. I currently serve as the Executive Director of the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission. And I wasn't even sure I was going to testify, but then Brent, called me out and said, I can come up and clarify things. So, gee, thanks. The issue here, and I can sort of give you an idea of how the state looks at it versus the feds. Because it's a three-tier system, there are restrictions upon, especially financial things that a wholesaler manufacturer can give to a retailer because it's designed to protect independent retailer independence, keep them from pay for play, slotting fees, all sorts of stuff. And the reason the feds get involved in this, most of the manufacturers and wholesale, actually all the manufacturers and wholesalers are dual licensed. They have a state license issued by the commission. They also have the federal license issued by the TTB, the Trade and Tax Bureau. It was sort of when ATF sort of devolved and the ATF went clear the one side for law enforcement. This was the stuff the state and treasury, primarily when ATF moved over to Homeland Security. We actually look at if we get a complaint, is the actual intent of the rule being violation, not just the fact that the rules violation? Is there some sort of pay for play issue? And so our administrative position is nonprofits who are getting SDLs then ask for a waiver of this rule pretty much get it, because under the SDL, we can waive any statute except age of consumption. And we do that primarily because normally these nonprofits are as you heard, are trying to get some financial benefit for their events. Generally, they only want to deal with one vendor anyway, because they don't have to deal with multiple vendors. And so we're looking at and because these are temporary licenses, where you're not getting the same problem that if a bar was receiving money and decide to, we're only going to carry Budweiser products, hypothetically. The TTB has been throwing around, so my little 9.5 foot boot doesn't scare them as much as, the TTB size 18 boot, because they don't make that second step to look at, is there a pay for play? They look, is there a sponsorship? Is there a retail license of some sort here? Boom, we're coming down, and usually with far bigger fees than anyone wants to contemplate. And so because of that, you've seen a lot of the wholesalers, because it's happening all over the country, have been looking at their sponsorship agreements and arrangements and have pulled back, which is the only reason I can think is the reason why we've got this bill sponsored right now is traditionally, they might have done these sponsorships, but because of the threat of federal litigation, they've really pulled back. So that's sort of the my 3 minutes almost I can give you of why there's probably this bill here and what's really going on sort of nationally versus just in Nebraska. Nebraska is just a symptom of what's happening nationally with TTB's actions. And I see them with the red, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Executive Director. Senator Hughes.
So you're saying people are worried, they're kind of pulling back from sponsorships now because they're worried about federal, but there's, even if we get this in the books, they're still breaking the law federal.
The argument there is that TTB's, there needs to be joint regulation. There needs to be a state statute of some sort as well, is the way they look at it. And we have that generally. It's 53-160, which regulates cash transfers between the tiers. So what effect this is trying to do is trying to do a carve out. I'm not sure it does it legally. I know I've talked to some people who are much smarter than I am on the national side who don't think it does, and some who think it probably, who think it might. So you have big lawyers either side disagreeing on that one there. I'm going to stay out of it for right now. The reason why the feds get involved is usually their offers and compromise start at 1 million and go up for fines. So that's one reason why there's been a very
So if we would get this in the books, technically the feds would be like, man, Nebraska's allowing it, we're gonna just.
If I were to read the tea leaves, if I were to, given the fact that I believe it's not clear, if I was offering my advice to a wholesaler, more than likely they're probably going to say, we're not going to do any of this until the feds clean it up, because you're putting yourself at risk and exposure.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hughes, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Lynette Richards. I am from Scottsbluff. And
Could you please spell your,
yes, LANETTERICHARDS. And I really wasn't planning on speaking on regarding this bill, but after listening to some of the comments, I just took some notes about some concerns that I have. I am the executive director of Monument Prevention in Scottsbluff. However, I'm here on vacation time and my own expense to speak out on some things. And I guess there's two levels of really concern for me, and that's the alcohol advertising and how it reaches out to the public, no matter if you take part in the SDL or not, that this makes it also prevalent that alcohol is about in every event that we have. Also, it seems to increase excessive alcohol use, and those are some concerns I have. So because of these questions, I'm speaking as neutral on this and feel that more information needs to be sought regarding this bill and the issues with it. It seems to me there's a lot of maybe some confusion on it, and I'd like to see it clarified.
thank you, Ms. Richards. Are there any questions for her? She's traveled a long way.
A lot of snow
A lot of
on
snow.
the western part of the state.
Yes. Thank you for coming and thank you
Thank
for
you.
testifying. Are there any other testifiers?
Good morning, Chairman Lowe, members of the committee. My name is Adam Barney, ADAMBARNEY, of Klein Williams, legal counsel for the Associated Beverage Distributors of Nebraska. I don't want to repeat too much of what has been said here, but a lot of the supposition is correct. This is a complicated area of state and federal law and the interplays between state and federal law on what distributors and suppliers can and cannot do on payments and sponsorships to licensed retailers and others. We are regulated by both state and federal law, and federal law on this issue has seen an uptick in enforcement over the past few years. That has caused our members to take a much more conservative approach on how to deal with these sponsorships. This bill does provide some welcome guidance on state law, and as it relates to beer distributors and beer suppliers, the state does have some flexibility on how to define what can and cannot be done. It does have less flexibility on kind of redefining what is done on the liquor and wine side from the federal government's perspective. This bill allows, as we understand it, sponsorship payments to be made, but it's not a pay for play. It still remains the status quo in this state that pay for play is not allowed, and that's consistent with the federal law posture as well. And that's the concern primarily of the federal law. And one of the earlier testifiers mentioned, well, somebody wants to give some money for a sponsorship, well, and of course sell some product too. And that's where the tough part of this comes from for our members. If it's not only we're going to pay you $10,000, $500, what have you, and we get our name there, it's, well, you also wink, wink, nudge, nudge, we're going to give you some preferential treatment in the buying of your product. And so that's why we've had to pull back. But again, as a general matter for this state, we're welcoming of this bill. And to the extent it gives us additional opportunities for sponsorships in the state, we welcome that. And our members do touch every area of the state and enjoy being good stewards of the community in those ways.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barney. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe, and thank you, Mr. Barney, for being here. I haven't asked any questions yet, but you made me think of one. So when you said preferential treatment in terms of buying your product, so sponsorship, just so we're clear, is like you whoever, I don't know, a beer company donates money to a festival, and then they would put their name on the brochure and maybe on some like a sign or something like that. That's what sponsorship means, right?
Correct.
And it wouldn't necessarily mean that then they're going to give a discount for all the beer that they would purchase.
It's not a discount for the beer. It's not an exclusion from other distributors. It's not well, we're going to put your spot closer to the hot spot, right? Any sort of preferential treatment. And if the federal government wants to try to find a way to argue you got some preferential treatment for that money you paid over, they're probably pretty good at finding something that they can hook that on. So that's why we're very careful in this area.
So they would, in theory, they'd be just two different transactions, selling the beer to the festival and the sponsorship.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Barney.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Thomas Safranek, Thomas Safranek. You may have known me. I was a state employee from 1990 to 2021. I was a state epidemiologist. Spent my career working on public health issues and trying to understand the distribution and determinants of disease and trying to prevent problems from happening and keep people healthy. I wasn't prepared to testify, so I'm extemporaneous here, but I didn't quite understand the sponsorship. Are there any restrictions on it? Could you sponsor events for kids? Is there a slippery slope here where we're trying to mainstream alcohol and normalize it, or create an on-ramp to lowering barriers and predisposing kids to entice kids, advertise, promote it? I'm not clear if they have this pay for play. If I have a church event and I get my product, a given brand, a given distributor, does that distributor say, yeah, and I'll sponsor it? And is there a kickback where we'll say, hey, we'll help you set up, take down, put up banners, give you free beer cups with our logo on it, or what? I mean, it's not quite clear if there's a slippery slope here, and in de facto, it is a pay for play. I'm just troubled by the whole thing. And it troubles me too a little bit that we're out of sync with the federal law, and it's somewhat troubling to me. I'm not sure what's going on right now with sponsorships around the state, and that we're doing it with a wink and a nod, it sounds like. So I'm hesitant about this bill. I think it deserves some serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sopronic. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you, sir. Are there any other in the neutral? Seeing none, that closes the hearing on LB 596. There was one online proponent and one online neutral. You may close.
Thank you to everyone who came to testify, particularly those from 400 miles away, for or against 596. We appreciate all of the input. And again, the intention, as I understand, is not to in any way increase the scope of what can be provided, but to simply clarify in the case of a situation where a state, or more in particular, a group hosting an event, particularly a non-prof, was one of the examples given to me, that in the hosting of their marathon, an athletic event, sponsors get up and have banners around and that kind of thing, because there isn't something that provides this. An example can be made of them legally and with great financial hardship. And so that was kind of the nature of wanting to fix what is being commonly done. It's really not a bill about let's figure out a way to pave and make it easier for kids to drink alcohol. So any other questions?
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Hardin.
Thank you.
And now we close the hearing on LB 596.
There's no time limit on opening and closing, correct?
Why, you want to go on?
No. But I noticed we're using the light.
Yeah, there's not.
No.
All right, you guys get me now. Senator Lowe is up for the next 4.
Not 4 hours.
It's not going to be 4 hours. We'd like to start testimony on LB 259. Senator Lowe, are you ready for 259?
I think fine. Yes.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes and fellow members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is John Lowe, that's JOHN-LOWE, and I represent the District 37, which is Kearney, Gibbon, and Shelton. LB 259 will allow farm wineries to sell alcoholic beverages that they do not produce on their licensed premises. In other words, if LB 259 becomes law, a farm winery could choose to sell beer or mixed drinks along with their locally produced wine. This is something that farm wineries have been looking to do long before I was elected. Previously, I have led the opposition to this concept. But after this committee approved a bill last year to allow limited self-distribution for craft breweries, I believe the time has come for this bill to become law. Farm wineries have long been allowed to have a foot on all three rungs of the three-tier system. Until last year, they were the only local producer granted this right. Since they were allowed to produce, sell, and self-distribute their own wine, I had serious concerns about allowing them to sell alcoholic items that they did not produce. But now farm wineries are not the only licensee who can produce, sell, and self-distribute their own products. Last year, we gave the same abilities to craft breweries. But we also allow these breweries to sell products besides their own beer. With that in mind, I want to see farm wineries have these same abilities. It is important to note that many farm wineries in Nebraska also function as destination spots and local event centers. It is very common for them to host bands, dances, and weddings. Not all Nebraskans like wine, so when a winery is hosting one of these three types of events, they either have to tell the visitors that they can only have wine-based product, or the winery has to request a special designated liquor license, or SDL, from the local governing body and then the Liquor Control Commission. SDLs are an important tool for these local businesses and the Liquor Control Commission, but they also have become quite burdensome. The SDL application process is not all that time consuming for one or two SDLs, but some farm wineries have gotten to the point where they will request dozens, if not hundreds, of SDLs. Until recently, there were thousands of SDLs being requested every year, and it was becoming a serious issue, not only for the small businesses, but also for the commission. I have introduced 4 pieces of legislation in the past that have helped alleviate some of the pressure. But the best way to fix the remaining SDL challenges is to allow local farm wineries simply to sell beer and liquor as part of their regular licensing process. LB 259 will benefit farm wineries across the state and ease the burden of dealing with SDLs for political subdivisions and for local control and for the Liquor Control Commission. As I've already stated, I believe it is now time for this idea to become law. With that, I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. Previous challenges, the SDL that I had was LB 56 in 2019, which expedited the SDL application process from 21 days to 12 days. LB 1056 in 2020, the temporary liquor license expansion. LB 274, promotional farmers markets, SDL. And LB 1236 in 2022, not-for-profit at the same location with one application. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Do we have any questions? John?
Thank you, Vice Chairman Hughes, and thank you, Senator Lowe, for this bill. I was just thinking as you went through that list, I was like, I've learned so much just by bills that Senator Lowe's introduced, things I didn't know existed. Well, first, I probably have questions. I don't know if Mr. Roop is going to testify on this one. Okay, so I might reserve some of my questions for him. But just right off the top, this is they would have to apply for this as a separate license. It wouldn't just be part of the winery license.
This would be part of the farm winery license.
It would be part of the farm winery. So current farm wineries would then just automatically be able to have essentially like a class C license on top of what they have. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
This does not do away with the requirement for like a Knights of Columbus Council to get an SDL for a fish fry.
No, we made that easier last year. So they only have to make one application, pretty much for all of Lent.
Okay.
One question? And just, this is clarification for me. So today, a craft brewer can sell wine or liquor at their retail location, but you go to a vineyard, a winery, and they cannot. So we're kind of evening the playing field.
Yeah, in the past, because farm wineries were the only one that could do that, where they could produce and sell and
their
distribute.
own. Mhm.
Some of them did not want to lose that right by being able to sell
Have
other
other
liquor.
stuff.
They thought it might infringe on the three-tier system
Right.
too much. So we kind of held off until now, and once we passed the craft brewery license,
Okay.
it just makes sense.
All right, thank you. And no more questions? All right, seeing no more questions, can we have any proponents forward?
Good morning.
Morning.
Once again, my name is Hobert Roop, Hobert Rupe. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission, testifying in support of this bill. And the first thing I get to do is sort of correct the chairman, which is never a good sign. No, but to be consistent, if you read the statute, what this would allow them is to acquire an additional retail license, much like a craft brewery can. Currently, if you're a craft brewer, you'll have a Class L license. That Class L license allows you to produce, self-distributed as per last year, and retail sell your own product. Then if you wish other products, you would have to get the appropriate license. Normally, they would get, the most likely one is a Class I restaurant license, beer, wine, spirits, on-premise only. This bill would allow a farm winery to do the exact same. They still would have to get their additional retail license. So they have to make a determination of what they want to do. More than likely, I think they'll vastly go for the I, because they're probably not going to be one to do off sale, but they're going to have on-premise sales for it. The reason we're supporting this is as Senator Lowe did speak, it sort of levels the playing field amongst all the three different producers. There was always a disconnect between the Farm Winery Act and the Craft Brewery Act, and primarily that goes back to when they were both introduced back in the late 1980s, sort of as to what they were going to be. The purpose back then was WISE, which is what the farm wineries would be primarily producers. They always thought they would be manufacturers. That'd be their main side. And then they would have on-premise tasting room. They would have the off-premise, the one tasting room they could have off-site, and then have the ability to retail themselves to get their business going. The L's, the craft breweries, were always sort of determined they were going to be retailers with limited production rights, because back in 1988, nobody thought that people would want to drink this dark beer when they can buy Bud Light still. Unfortunately, what's happened is a lot of those markets reversed. In fact, a lot of our breweries are regional in nature, multiple state regional, far more than actually a lot of our wineries are, although some of our wines are out of state as well. And so what's happened is their models have become more similar, the business model, but the statutory schemes were still had some of the problems that predated those back when they were originally produced back in the 80s. What this would do is sort of have a level playing field for all. And one of the biggest things is this probably is going to take about 500 SDLs out of the system. Mm-hmm. We are giving SDLs out to places which are totally legally licensed to sell alcoholic product. People say, well, they have more than 12. Well, the 12 that we have as a rule is sort of our trigger point. If one location is more than 12 in 1 year, we look at should they be licensed, because we'll make sure they're not avoiding fire code, health code, this kind of stuff. Well, these farm wineries are permanently licensed, established, they meet all those codes. And so that 12-point trigger is never really triggered, but sometimes they're using hundreds of them overall, not single, but they'll be doing weekend concert events where they'll have their own wines, but they might want to have the local craft breweries, maybe some beer from the local beer wholesaler. So this would address those concerns from that perspective. In other words, we're giving SDLs to places which are permanently licensed already. So I see them on the red, so I would be happy answering technical
Thank you.
questions.
Questions, Sean?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Roop, for being here again. Always interesting. So clarify my question that sounds like you clarified there. This just allows wineries under the Class Y license to apply for the I in addition. So currently under law, they can't get an additional license.
No, the only way they can have any product other than the produce at their own is through an SDL, where they would do a special designated license, where they would then temporarily bring beer in, sell it, then has to leave again.
Okay.
This would allow them to have an actual, they could have a small tap line there for the people who are beer drinkers. 5 people show up, one's a beer drinker, the other 4 are wine. They're going to have an option for that beer drinker.
But they would have 2 licenses.
They have 2 licenses. Yeah.
And so, I've been to some of these wineries and I feel like they have beer.
Mhm.
And so you're saying every time that I've been there and they have beer, they probably have SDL.
If they've had cider, because they can produce their own cider, because cider sort of falls underneath as a wine as well.
That's
So
like
a cider would be
Busch or
legal.
something like that.
But they're actually having beer they're probably using as events. And so if you're there for a concert or for a wedding event or for a special event, usually they're pulling SDLs. That's why, as I said, this is probably going to be 600 SDLs we issue a year that are going to come off our plate.
Wow. Thanks.
Go ahead, Senator Harding.
What does it cost to get an SDL?
SDLs are usually $40 per day, but what they'll do is if you're doing more than that, you'll get a catering endorsement, which is $100, one of the cheapest endorsements you can get, which allows you to get more than the 6 SDLs per year. And so that's what they'll do. They'll get catering endorsements. And so almost all your Ys have a catering endorsement on top of it.
How long does it take to secure one?
A catering endorsement?
Well, no, the SDL, if I'm going to have an event on such and such
SDLs
date.
generally, by our rule, they have to be sent to the commission 10 working days before the event. Now, the problem is you have to have approval from the local governing body where they have to sign off on it first. And so it depends, a lot of times your slopes at the local governing body, especially if you're doing a smaller county where they might not be meeting as regularly. And if you don't get your application on file, that's usually where the slow up's at. It's not at us. Our SDL process is an online process. They fill it out, they upload the local approval. And so long as we have 10 working days in advance, that's so we can usually then notify the local NSP troop officers that there's an SDL event at that location.
Thank you.
Other questions? No, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Another question. Okay. So I assume some of these places have like an offsite tasting room.
Yes.
Thing. They would have to get 2 separate
Yeah.
additional licenses if they wanted to sell there.
Absolutely right.
And getting a class I, like you're saying, wouldn't necessarily prevent them from doing off sale of the wine that they would have.
No, the Y license allows them to off sell, the Y license allows them to produce limited wholesale rights, off sell rights from their winery location and serve for consumption on their location. That's all underneath the Y license. So they would not need additional right to do that. They would need a D or probably a C if they wanted to sell off sale beer. Most of these events, I don't anticipate them doing that because most of them, they just want the beer and wine for out-premise consumption at events.
Thank you.
Other questions? Do you have enforcement on like the craft beer licenses and things like that as your body?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. Yeah, we regulate them. If you're selling or making alcohol in the state, we have our hooks.
Is it fee, like fines that you?
Yeah, we can suspend, cancel, revoke a license for a
okay.
violation of the act. And under the act, they can pay what's called an election form and pay off days of suspension rather than serve them. So we typically don't fine them, but most 99% of the time they'll pay it off, which goes then to the school board per the Constitution, the local school.
All right. Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Other proponents?
Good morning, General Affairs Committee. My name is Mike Schilling, Mikeschilling. I'm here representing Schilling Bridge Winery Microbrewery in Pawnee City, Nebraska, and I'm in support of the passage of LB 259. In 2004, my wife Sharon and I decided to open a winery and microbrewery under one corporate roof. We were actually the first in the nation to receive both a federally issued winery and microbrewery permit, first in the state to be issued a winery and microbrewery permit, and the only winery in the state issued a Class C license on and off sale alcohol, which we've operated under for the past 18 years. Due to the time restraints of my testimony, I'll answer any questions how that all came about after I'm done testifying. Our family's seen many rewrites to our business plan over the last 18 years. As you're aware of, the 2020 COVID epidemic drastically disrupted the landscape of the hospitality industry. Not only did the mandatory shutdown completely change the consumer's travel habits, it has also become extremely difficult to redirect customers back to rural Nebraska communities. Our ability to offer a variety of alcoholic beverages has aided in helping our business slowly recover. Please keep in mind that we are required by state law to purchase our liquor through the appropriate channels using only Nebraska wholesale distributors. Today, you're probably asking why, if we already have this licensing structure in place, what advantage would that be to Schilling Bridge to support LB 259? Well, the answer is pretty much threefold. Excuse me. First, we have been members of the Nebraska Wine and Grape Growers Organization for 20 years and are passionate about the success of the Nebraska wine industry. Historically, we have seen the advantages our licensing structure has provided us and would like all wineries to have the same privileges. Secondly, we are passionate about our state and rural economic development and the economic impact wineries have in Nebraska, and it is measurable. Lastly, plans for our future retirement would include selling our business, and we'd like the new owners to have the same privileges we've been granted. Only 10 to 12% of our total sales are derived from the utilization of our C license. I reveal this statistic so you understand that approximately 90% of our income is generated from products we produce on site. This is important so you understand that Nebraska wineries are extremely proud of the products they produce and the tourism they bring to their communities by continuing to showcase themselves as destinations. In closing, I would like to thank everyone on the General Affairs Committee for listening and asking that you please help Senator Lowe move LB 259 to the floor for debate and passage. Please help the Nebraska wine industry grow strong to continue the vital role it plays in Nebraska tourism. Thank you. I'd answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schilling. Any questions? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, and thank you for being here, Mr. Schilling. So did you guys have to get a waiver? Or how did you get a Class C with your winery license?
It's like I said, we were the very first in the nation to get a farm winery and microbrewery permit under one corporate roof. When we called the federal government, we said, hey, we want to do a winery microbrewery combination. And they said, there's no licensing structure in place. So we thought, okay, this is probably going to be the end of it. But actually, they worked with us for 6 months to establish this new permit. And so then when we went to the state, Mr. Roop was kind enough to work with the federal government, and that's how they originally wanted it set up. And then later they decided that they probably shouldn't allow those permits. So we were the only one, the C permit. So we were the only one that was issued that.
And so you've just been able to keep it as a result of that?
Right.
Because you already had it?
Grandfathered in.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Other questions?
All
I
right.
guess there are no
Thank
more.
you
Thanks for
very
coming
much.
in.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Other proponents?
I want to thank Senator Lowe for bringing this bill forward. I'm for the bill. My name's Mike Merman, Mikemurman. I'm one of the owners of Glacial Till Vineyard and Winery. It's a family-owned operation. I'm one of the guilty parties for the hundreds of SDLs. We have an event center at our location, so we do 60, 70 weddings a year. We, in the summer, do fermented Fridays with local bands, local beers. As you already know, we need an SDL for every one of these events that we do. Timing of getting these SDLs typically is 2 to 3 weeks. As Hobie referenced, we have to get local authority first before we can seek state approval. Both local and state have fees, so the state fee might be $45, but then we're also paying local fees. I worked on a effort a year or two ago with Senator Lowe talking about SDLs and the need to change them. And I'm glad to see that we're at that place now. It's going to save everybody a lot of time and money. It doesn't change our business operation or anything that we do. Second thing, and probably more important to me, we are the largest cidery in the state of Nebraska, on par with some of the largest craft breweries. In the state of Nebraska, hard cider is regulated as beer. So I fall under all of the craft brewery licensing requirements, but I don't have the same privileges. I've tried to get a C license, I license. We also have a craft brewery license, but none of that matters. We're a farm winery. So if you go to Sorrow Cidery, for example, they have a brewery license. You can get any kind of beverage you want. You go to Glacial Till Cider House in Ashland, we only have wine and cider. So from a competitive standpoint, as there's more cideries, as we look to try to open up more locations, we're restricted. And anytime you have food as a part of an operation, most people want a full service bar menu option. So those would be my main points of why I'm in favor of this and why I think it needs to be passed.
Thank you, Mr. Merman. We have questions from the committee.
Thank you.
Got off easy.
Yeah.
Other proponents?
Good morning, Vice Chairman Hughes and members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Richard Hilska, R-I-C-H-A-R-D, H-I-L-S-K-E. My wife, Amy, and I own Cellar 426 Winery in Ashland, and I come in strong support of LB 259, as we feel it's imperative in helping further the Nebraska wine industry. We've been now open 11 years, and this bill will allow our winery to continue to grow and survive in a state not traditionally known for wine and tourism. It will greatly assist our winery by allowing us to obtain this Class C license or Class I license, most likely, along with our winery license. It gives us the ability to provide additional options to our guests that may not enjoy wine as much as we do. This puts us on a level playing field with other businesses that are not limited to only selling the products they produce. Every week we get phone calls and emails asking if we have beer, or people walking in asking about that because they say their husbands or others in their group don't drink wine. And when I tell them I can't serve beer, they are surprised. They didn't realize, it doesn't make any sense to them. And then they go elsewhere and spend their money elsewhere. In my growing community of Ashland, a new brewery with an outdoor music stage is in the works, and they will be a direct competition to our winery and won't be limited on what they can sell. Along with selling wine in the tasting room, winery owners are farmers and have to work the land during the year, growing grapes and hope the harvest is a success. When we have years like 2022, when the harvest was light, it makes it difficult to make the wine we need. So other sources of income are always a welcome relief. When I have a chance to travel, I will stop at wineries in other states. In October, I was in Oregon, and the wineries we stopped at all had beer available. I can't really think of another state that we've been to that doesn't have beer available at wineries. It's a natural addition. But please know our main focus will always be on producing and selling our international award-winning wines, as we have won over 160 medals and have a presence nationally for our wines.
to stay viable and in business, we have to have the ability to provide customers what they want when they decide to go out for an afternoon or evening. Since we opened 11 years ago, the winery business and what the customers that frequent wineries want is continually evolving. In conclusion, I am a lifelong Nebraskan, born and raised here, and I've never left here. I want to thank Senator Lowe for sponsoring the bill and ask for your support of the bill so the Nebraska wine industry can continue to grow the Nebraska economy, enhance tourism, enhance the Nebraska lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilsky. Questions? Thank you very much. More proponents. Those are like, come on down.
Vice Chairman Hughes. My name is Mick McDowell, M-I-C-K-M-C-D-O-W-E-L-L. My wife Loretta and I own Mulata Vista Winery, which is 4 miles north of St. Paul and 25 miles north of Grand Island. We have a nice hilltop facility on the edge of hill country overlooking the North Loop River, and we are a destination. The majority of our patrons come from within an hour, but we also have guests that have come from almost every town in Nebraska, all 50 states across the country, and over 45 countries internationally. We support LB 259 as winery owners. What we found is that more than a great view, music, and great wine was needed to consistently attract visitors to central Nebraska. Thus, we added food to our business, and eventually that turned into a winery with a restaurant, which brings many regular visitors, including some who request alcoholic beverages other than the wine that we make. We support the modification of the Farm Winery Act to allow the sale of beer and other alcoholic liquor not produced by our winery in order to meet our customer needs. With the advancement and passage of LB 259, we would be allowed to purchase an IK license, I believe, for on sale only of other liquor, which would increase our flexibility for our customers. It would decrease the liquor license or the Nebraska Liquor Control's SDL workload and improve customer service as frequently requested, and in some cases broaden our customer base while providing our restaurant patrons greater versatility in meeting the preferred beverage of choice. While this does not alter our desire to succeed as one of the nation's best cold climate hybrid wineries, it does increase our ability to serve the needs of Nebraskans, their friends, their families, and acquaintances as we work to expand the wine culture through our winery and restaurant. Loretta and I respectfully thank Senator Lowe for introducing LB 259 and request the General Affairs Committee advance LB 259. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents? Okay, seeing none, we will take opponents.
Chris Wagner, CHRISWAGNER with Project Extra Mile. We're here in opposition to 259 because it increases the availability of alcohol in communities across the state. As I mentioned earlier, the World Health Organization recommends 3 best buys for state and local governments to prevent and reduce excessive alcohol consumption and its harms, which is they recommend reducing advertising, affordability, and availability of alcohol. Best buys are essentially cost-effective strategies that are proven to keep communities healthy and safe and reduce costs to taxpayers from underage drinking, binge drinking, heavy drinking, and drinking by pregnant women. While I understand part of the reason for this change is to increase accountability by shifting farm wineries away from the SDL process and towards an annual license, which is something that we do support, the truth of the matter is the state does not allocate enough resources to adequately enforce our liquor laws. At the same time, we can't ignore that this bill goes against the established literature on how to reduce alcohol-related harms. And for these reasons, we urge you to oppose 259.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Do we have questions? Okay, thanks for coming. Other opponents?
Good morning. My name is Maggie Ballard, MaggieBallard. And I'm an opponent from Heartland Family Service. And I actually didn't have any testimony prepared for this one today. There's a couple other bills that I know the ins and outs of, and I was prepared to give a lot more in-depth opinion about some of those other ones. But as I was sitting here listening to some of the things that have been said so far, I feel like we're kind of getting away from what products we're talking about here. We're not talking about bread or butter or eggs or roses or purses. We're talking about a substance that causes more deaths than most other substances combined. And I understand also wanting to help businesses, but we also, we're picking and choosing what businesses we're helping. Because again, you think about a nice boutique that sell, nice shirts and purses and things like that. We don't see the government trying to get involved in helping make sure that their businesses thrive. And I also wonder if we were talking about some other substances like maybe marijuana or tobacco. I think that a lot of you that are giving a lot of consideration to this bill would be completely opposed to widening the scope of what would happen in some of, those types of shops. So with that, I ask you to, if you're considering passing this, I would ask you to reconsider and think about the reasons why I think we should be opposed to this.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Ballard? Senator Hardin.
I don't think there's anyone here that would say, let's figure out a way to make it easier for kids to go drink alcohol and act irresponsibly. Got a question for you.
Okay, I have a problem with what you just said, but okay. Because I'm not just talking about children using. There's a lot of problems that happen from adults using as well.
Sure.
A lot of problems.
Did Jesus show bad judgment when his first miracle was turning water into wine in a public place?
I think there you're
He
making an
probably
assumption.
did not file for an SDL.
At that point, one of the interesting things that was happening back then is that, and same thing happened when our country was founded, was that it was literally safer to consume alcohol than it was to consume water back then. Not because alcohol wasn't damaging to the brain and the liver and things like that, but because clean, accessible water was so hard to come by. And I think that Jesus would also probably have done something to keep an eye out for those with an addiction or people who were in danger of becoming addicted.
So just checking to see, so the Son of God didn't have the ability to create purified water, but did have the ability to create wine, the best ever. I'm only asking because I think the big picture of this is to say that somehow this bill causes public harm to any age. And I think that we're really not making it available to anyone that it's not already available to. I don't think it broadens that scope is my sense. So we really want to come up with the best law overall for the best public good. And so I certainly appreciate your concern in that, but I think that there's precedent that goes on for hundreds, if not thousands of years that says there's a responsible way of doing things. And somehow, somewhere there's a threshold that's irresponsible. And I'm hearing you say that that threshold needs to be held in check.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Other opponents? Okay. Seeing none, anyone want to speak in the neutral? All right. Senator Lowe, would you like to close?
Anything online?
Oh, yes. Online, we had one online proponent comment. That was it.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Hughes and committee for hearing this bill. As you heard, we had 4 testifiers from the winery industry. We could have filled the room. We decided just to request that just a few show up, just to give their point of view. And I think they did a fine job. And several years ago, they would have been opposing me because I opposed their expansion at that time. So it's good to be on the same page now, and it's good to be working with them and bringing this forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This concludes LB 259. We will now proceed to hearing on LB 376, and Senator Lowe will be presenting that.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Hughes and fellow members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is John Lowe, that's JOHNLOWE, and I represent District 37, which is made up of Kearney, Gibbon, and Shelton. LB 376 will grant the Liquor Control Commission the ability to create brand registration. A brand registration will allow the commission to more accurately and correctly identify the different alcoholic products that are being imported and produced in Nebraska. This information will be beneficial for the commission for both taxation and distribution processes. The need for brand registration has become apparent as more and more alcoholic beverages and categories are being created. A brand registration is something that would benefit the state of Nebraska, and that is something that is necessary for the commission to keep track of an ever-ending, changing, and growing industry. But until recently, it was unclear to me how the commission could implement such a system. For the better part of a century, the Liquor Control Commission has been forced to use a database system that was outdated. Fortunately, the legislature authorized money for a new and improved system. I was able to attend a meeting at the beginning of the legislative session to learn more about this new database, and it was being made clear at the presentation that a brand registration would be pretty easy to implement going forward. With that, I urge you to support LB 376 and would be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Senator Lowe. Do we have questions from the committee? Go ahead, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Hughes. Senator Lowe, I guess I'll start by asking, I assume Mr. Roop will testify on this as well? Yep.
Let's hope I get this one right.
Well, I think I'll
Yes.
save my questions for Mr. Roop, so just so we don't have the redundancy, but thank you.
Other questions? And I'll ask this question, but I might need it for him too. So this is kind of a new thing. We're starting a database, like where every single alcoholic beverage sold, you're kind of classifying it, if you will. Or
Yes.
not classifying, but you're identifying it.
It'll be easier to keep track of
It'll just be
everything.
easier. Okay.
The old database was very dated.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. Other questions? None? All right. We will have any proponents to this.
Morning again, Vice Chairman Hughes, members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Hobart Roop, HOBERT-RUPE. I currently serve as Executive Director of the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission. Yeah, this was our big ask for in our legislative letter you would have gotten from us. Nebraska was one of the few states which does not do some sort of brand registration. And it's been a problem that's been percolating for the last couple of years as we're seeing more and more product lines coming in. And where we see what the big interstate is, we can't really tell what the individual cars are because we're getting the raw gallonage, but we're not seeing the further breakdown than that because we didn't have the technology. Our current database went online when I was a sophomore in college. That was a couple of years ago. Our new database, and on this bill here, we'll be asking maybe for an operation date of July 1st of 2024, is scheduled to go online second quarter of that year. We had the kickoff last year. We were going with a company called Computronics, which is in 8 other states with their ABCs, alcohol beverage control agencies of some sorts. And what this will allow us to do is a lot of states which had always had brand registration would have file cabinets after file cabinet after file cabinet. Well, we had never gone down that road, and under our existing system, that's what we would have had been forced to use. This online system will make it very easy for us to keep track. One thing that most alcoholic beverages in the United States have, which is what's called a COLA, Certificate of Labeling Authority. So if I'm going to bring a new brand out into the product line, let's say I'm going to call it Hobie's Hooch, it's a whiskey, and I'm located here, but I want to sell to multiple states, and because it's a distilled spirit, I would have to get approval from the TTB, who we've heard about them before. This is one of the things they do that's good. And they would have the labeling authority, make sure that it's meeting requirements, the ABV, where it's produced, original source of production, all right? Our system would allow them to enter a couple data points and just upload their COLA that they already have right into our database. And so we're going to see it. And it's going to help us. Hopefully, it's also going to help out the industry in that, let's say a weird whiskey comes into the state and a bar wants to know who's got it. They'll be able to query our database and they'll see that Hobie's Hooch is being sold by Republic National. And so they'll call the Republic National guy and say, hey, can I get 5 bottles of this and give it a shot when they're making their liquor orders? So we hope it's going to increase enforcement because we're going to know exactly where it is. We're going to know exactly what's classified as for taxation purposes, which is a big one because some things can look the same and be taxed at different rates. So it's going to help us out hugely on that. It's also going to help out the industry to know where the product is. And God help us if there's ever a recall issue, it's going to help us be able to do a recall because we'll be able to track down the wholesaler and through them notify all the retailers which have that product. So it's going to help us on tax collection. It's going to help us on public health, safety, and welfare. And it's going to help us on access for the industry to new product lines. So we think it's a win-win-win. And I see I'm into the red, so I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point in time.
All right. Thank you for that. Questions? Senator Holcroft.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I see there's a fee, registration fee that goes with this. Is that new?
That would be a new fee. We would go forward through rules and regulations. It is lower than any of our budding states by a lot, and its primary purpose would be then to defray the ongoing cost to maintain the system.
So how many other states require this type of?
Just around us, Iowa doesn't as much. Iowa doesn't because they're a control state, so they sell the whiskey themselves in line. Missouri has brand registration. Kansas has brand registration. Wyoming's a control state, so they've got brand registration built into their system. I think last time I looked, 37 of the 50 states have some sort of brand registration. But I can give that exact number. I'll make sure I'm correct on that one.
When you're estimating, it appears here, they're estimating 35,000.
Yeah.
New registrations.
Mm-hmm.
And you think we have the system in place that'll be able to handle that?
The system will be able to handle that, no problem. It was designed from the outset. A lot of those other states, which I just mentioned, are utilizing the same system to maintain their databases.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Hughes, and thank you for being here again, Mr. Roop. And Senator Holcroft asked basically kind of the questions I was going to ask, but just to follow up on that, the fee in the revenue projection is $20 first year and then $10 for subsequent years.
Yes.
And that'll be set by regulation. So that's just kind of the estimate.
That's the estimate. Yeah, we have to rule because as we're building out, we'll get a better idea of what the cost is going to be to maintain the system.
And so since the fee is set by the commission and not by statute, you guys would be able to adjust that up or down year to year just to make sure that it just covers operating costs.
Absolutely right.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
And also probably for potential upgrades as the system would require upgrades. So,
but just to make sure that it covers the cost of the
Absolutely,
system itself and not
Yeah.
to then.
I just want to make sure that
a fund for ongoing.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be a boondoggle fund. It's going to be maintaining the system for everybody.
Anything else? All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Other proponents? All right. We will have opponents. Oh, are you proponent? Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senators. My name is Tyler Rudd, Tyler-Rudd. I'm with the Wine Institute. Wine Institute is a trade association made up of roughly 1,000 California wineries and affiliated businesses. We are the only public policy association to cover all 50 states, federal and international. And I'm here in support of LB 376. Our initial concern was whether or not this would create more paperwork for us. We have our membership is made up of a lot of smaller wineries that do direct shipping to Nebraska and other states. And then we have a lot of larger wineries that are in the distribution system through our partners in the wholesale system. We wanted to make sure that there was not a further burden, paperwork and registering all of this. And having spoken to Mr. Roop, he's alleviated our concerns on this. And as far as the fees are concerned, we are used to paying fees in all of the states. And, you know, the lower the better, because obviously everything costs money. But we are in support of this bill, and we're used to having primary source legislation in a lot of states and registration in a lot of states of our products to make sure that the state knows what's coming in, knows that we are the ones that are doing things correctly, and we're not trying to sneak some wine in illegally into the state. And this is creating some better controls on that. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you. Questions? All right. Thank you very much. Other proponents? Seeing none, opponents?